All right, we'll call our meeting to order. We certainly appreciate seeing each and every one of you here today. And thanks for taking part and interest in your county's business. I'm going to ask Supervisor Tim Tatum if he'll do our invocation to include a moment of silence for our fallen member, Leland Mitchell, and then Ronnie Mitchell, if he will do the pledge to the flag. Mr. Tatum.
Again, I'd like to welcome everyone here today. At this time, if you would, join me in a moment of silence. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you and praising you for all you do for us, Lord. We thank you for this opportunity that we have to come together as a Board of Supervisors to represent Franklin County and conduct a business for Franklin County. Father, we pray that everything that we do and say will be pleasing in your sight and according to your will. And Father, before we close this prayer, we want to remember the Mitchell family in this time of loss. We pray that you'll be with the family and give them peace and comfort as only you can. And as we go through the remainder of the day, I pray that you'll be uplifted and that you'll be pleased in our actions. In Jesus' name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, we have a special honor. Todd Clingenfield. He's here. He's with Biloxi, Virginia Law Enforcement, and he's going to present the accreditation plaque to the sheriff and his staff for being accredited. This is the state accreditation now. The sheriff has applied and is doing the paperwork and everything for the CALEA, which is the national, and that's coming later on this year, I believe. But for right now, so Mr. Cleanapeel, if you'll come forward. Yes, sir. And then I'll ask the sheriff and his staff if they'll come forward, and they're going to present this plaque. You can just do it to the public, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Todd Clingenfield. I'm the program manager for the Virginia Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. I'm here on behalf of Bob Mosier. He is the Secretary of Public Safety for the Commonwealth. Back in January, the sheriff asked that a group of assessors come to look at his agency in a very deep and concise manner. And so we sent 3 assessors to the Franklin County Sheriff's Office to take a look at the agency from all different aspects of it. They looked at the administrative side, they looked at operations, they looked at training, and they looked at personnel. They did ride-alongs with folks from the agency, they looked at the property and evidence, interviewed people from the community, as well as talk to members of the department. And one of the most interesting things about that is to become accredited here in the Commonwealth, you have to successfully complete 191 standards. Within those 191 standards, there's over 570 individual bullets that they have to meet to become accredited. Well, the team went out there and they took a look at the agency, and the group sent back a report to the commission. The commission is set up of 6 chiefs of police and 6 sheriffs from about the Commonwealth. And the report said that they found an agency that was operating at the highest level. They were extremely professional. They were committed not only to the people within the agency, but to the entire community. And that they were handling themselves at the highest level possible. So when you think about that, in Virginia, there's only 104 accredited agencies out of nearly 400 agencies that are eligible to be accredited. So that's a huge, huge honor to become accredited. So this afternoon, I'd like to present the certificate of accreditation. It's the 3rd award to you, Sheriff Overton. Congratulations to you and your staff for a fantastic job well done. That's professionalism that you show the community.
Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
very, very much. Thank you.
We first became accredited in 2014. As Todd had said, every 4 years, you're up for that recertification of your accreditation, and this is our third. And I can't say enough about my staff and all of our members who actually back in 2014 embraced the vision that I had to make sure that the office of the sheriff became an accredited office within the state. And they embraced that at that time, and we were accredited and have really seen the outstanding benefits, really what it means to be an accredited agency. It's that good housekeeping seal of approval that people understand when they see it, that they know you're operating under those standards, you're in compliance with them, and it really emboldens the transparency and the trust that is put into an agency to be that. And I'm very grateful that our organization has continued to operate and be able to seek our third certification for accreditation. I think command staff, the work that they continually put in each year to make sure that the revisions and the policies and protocols are in place to keep us where we need to be able to be certified. I also want to give thanks today to a special person now who's left us and is the new chief of police for the town of Rocky Mount. Chief Philip Young was our accreditation manager for the entire time that we sought the first accreditation back in 2014. And for that, Philip, I thank you for your dedication and seeing my vision, and with the command staff seeing it through that we were able to get that initial accreditation, and now here we are these many years later, 8 years, 12 years later, and we're still operating under the state, what they see as such a vital, appropriate certification to have. And having said that, I want to say thank you to the board members for each of your support to our organization and understanding that we, as part of Franklin County and local government, what we're doing, want to operate at a standard that certainly, I know the citizens want us to operate, but we as government leaders and officials, that means so much to us, and the fact that we're recognized for those standards that we're standing for. So thank you all for your continued support.
Thank you, Sheriff, for the job you've done and for your staff. Have you hired those 12 people yet?
We are working on it diligently. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Are we able to get a photo, please?
Sure.
Get it with y'all in the background.
Sure.
Well, sure.
Whatever you want.
If you all want to stand, yes,
Whatever
we
you
want you
want.
in the picture.
I can't come up front if you need me to.
Okay. Give me a second, I can get my next camera.
Does that come down?
Just set it down on the floor, won't it come, or is it welded on there? Isn't it?
Move them, everybody step back.
Step back a couple.
Yeah, so you get the board in it.
There you go.
Geez.
Yeah. Do this. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, got approval of the agenda. Do any of the board members have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to request to pull Ms. Gardner's presentation, which is attachment 7 in our board binder. They would like to come back at a later date.
Okay. All right, anyone else? All right, we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda minus Vicki Gardner's presentation, attachment 7.
So move.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right, now we'll go to the consent agenda. I will remind each one of the supervisors that if you have any questions or concerns about the consent agenda, if you'll contact staff prior to a meeting, a lot of times those questions can be answered. If you'll recall, last month, I talked to, briefly in the meeting, talked about changing our November board meeting from November the 15th till the 22nd in regards to the VACO conference. You'll see that's on the consent agenda. So with that being said, what's your pleasure in regards to the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on that, please?
Yes, Chairman. Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
All right. All right, let's move on to, and my vote is yes.
I apologize, Chairman Thompson.
Okay. All right, seeing, all right, that's taken care of. We'll go on to Mr. Daniels. It's your turn. You weren't here last week. Brian did a good job. You can be replaced.
How well I know that, Mr. Chairman. Trust me.
Oh, my goodness.
How you like that, buddy?
I hear that here and at home. Isn't that kind of funny? Yeah, I was at the beach, so I apologize I couldn't attend last month.
I don't blame you. I'd been there too.
But good to be with you this month. Back at work. Got a brief highlight for a brief overview of the report for you like normal, and I'll be glad to take any questions. On your report, you'll see 619, some pipe work we did, which is up near the Route 40 end. We completed that, and a small slide that developed on Brooks Mill Road on the part south of Burnt Chimney Road. We got that wrapped up and completed. Moving down to the second part of the report, Eton Road was scheduled to be closed through September 9th. We got that open around noon today. The crew did a really good job, and we finished that ahead of schedule, so that's a positive for us. Callaway Road, you're going to see some pipes being replaced, but that's not going to require closure. It'll be done under flagging operations. And then Isolane Road, Route 695, we did replace the superstructure on a bridge. It's a dead-end road, but we had to close it. It was closed for a short period that day. I understand that it went off very well, no problems with the local folks that live on that road. So that's complete as well, except for an overlay that we'll do over the bridge. We'll have to schedule the contractor to come in and do that. It'll be a few weeks before that happens. On the page 2, the back of or second page of your report, the only highlight I've got is the 220 turn lane, left turn lane for the southernmost entrance into Summit View. We are doing that with our residency folks and hired equipment, and that is scheduled to start actually today. I haven't been out there yesterday. I haven't been out there to see if they're there, but you will see activity there for 6 weeks, half a dozen weeks or so. We'll add the left turn lane. It will be a left end, so folks headed northbound will be able to turn left Valley Star, get into the development, and for those folks to come out like they do today, they'll have to take a right and go to the crossover just to the south of Valley Star, and it's got a good left turn lane and everything in place. And then ultimately, this will be part of the final build-out when the county completes the connection and the northern intersection. So we're making progress on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had for this month.
You got Eton Road open today?
Yes, sir.
Boy, thank you. I'm glad. The
Now,
traffic on,
it likely needs a surface on it. I haven't been out there to look at it, but it's open to traffic, so it's not closed.
I'm so glad I've gotten more phone calls over that. People called, the same guy called me twice that complained about the dip, and that was because it was closed. I'm so glad it's open. The traffic on Deep Woods Road increased fivefold. It was like an interstate highway out there with that thing closed.
They'll get back to normal here pretty quick.
I'm glad it's open, is what I'm saying. Thank you. Anybody got
Mr. Daniels.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I appreciate everything y'all do. I know it's a hard job, and I appreciate it. On this roundabout on 834 not Scrooge Road, but 834 Wilson Store, I still like to have a map of that, how that's going to play out.
I think I told you we were going to give you that, didn't I, Mr. Cundiff?
Well, I saw it. Good things takes time. It's supposed to be a good one,
You'll get that soon.
but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ronnie?
Hey, Todd.
Sure.
I've noticed in Snow Creek, most of my family lives in Snow Creek, so I'm down there quite often. Snow Creek Road from, I guess it would be True Vine Road, probably to, I would say probably close to like Barn Road, which is right there near the fire department rescue squad.
Okay.
The road is separating and there's weeds and grass growing. And it's very noticeable how rough the road is getting. Is Snow Creek Road in the plans anytime soon for surface treatment?
Mr. Mitchell, I don't think it's on the schedule this year. I'll have to check, and we'll get you an email to answer that, to see if it's on a, it wouldn't be surface street. It's too much traffic volume to surface street that. I don't think it would likely be paved, which, you
Okay.
know, we did a section of Snow Creek before, back towards 40.
It's a crack you know, like get on some interstates and it's da-da. It's doing that, and it's visible weeds and grass growing through Snow Creek Road.
Yeah, let me check on the what we call the overlay schedule for the season.
Okay.
We'll get you an email to answer that. And then, of course, we'll definitely review the maintenance need, the cracking and vegetation and what have you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter, Brian Carter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for the monthly finance report, this is the first report of the new fiscal year. So everything kind of resets from the percentages we're looking at this point. So we're looking 1 month in, which would be about 8.3% of the budget would be what we would be expecting of the revenues that are monthly. So our other local taxes are right at that mark, which is a good sign. We're up in a couple of areas, which is also well. State revenue is looking good. Recover costs are good. So overall revenue, it looks to be in good shape for those categories we would track at this point. On the expenditure side, similar to what we would expect in other years, a lot of costs under general and financial administration and community development are front-loaded. They are beginning of the year insurance payments, maintenance contracts, all of those things. So while they're above the 8.3%, that's to be expected. The other categories are below that mark, so we're trending well as far as staying within budget at this point. So to graphically show that, you can see the blue dot there for July is the new fiscal year. And really revenues, they're about on par with where we would be. I mean, historically, it's been a little distorted the last couple of years with COVID, but historically we have percent and a half revenue growth overall across all revenue sources, so that's not atypical. To break that down a little further for you, so the current fiscal year is the gold bar, prior year is the green line. So you can see general property taxes is up a little bit. That is probably more contributed to the switch to twice a year real estate. You probably still have some of that filtering in this time of year. Other local taxes is right on par. It's actually down a little bit compared to last year, but it's still within only about $15,000. And so, and revenue from the Commonwealth is up. That looks to be timing, nothing particular out of that. So now I don't have real estate and personal property because they really haven't started being collected yet. That's in that second half, that October, November, December window. So it wouldn't really do well to show you much of a graph because there's not a lot of revenue to show you at this point. So skipping to local sales tax, we are seeing a 3.3% increase year over year for July. So that's the light blue dot at the top. for July. There's the cursor, so right here. And so that's about $19,000. Now, what I wanted to also show, though, is percent of budget. We're at 9.26%. So we are running ahead of budget. So instead of 8.3%, we're about 1% ahead of budget. So that's a good sign. And now that I messed with it, I didn't want. There we go. Meals tax. So meals tax, we're seeing a similar. It's about 4.5% increase year over year. You can see that dot there again. That's only about $6,600. We are ahead of budget. Similar thing. We're at 11.9% of budget. So that's a good sign still. We'd like to see a little bit higher. If you remember, we were much higher last fiscal year in things like meals tax. We were getting in that 10, 11, 12% range. We're starting off the year at about 4.5% year over year. So now transient occupancy is doing very well. You can see the dot way up here. That's about 86.5% increase year over year. Unfortunately, it's only $26,000, so it's not a big impact to our budget. But we are starting the year well. That would be, typically there's a month lag. That would typically be the June activity that was due pay in July. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's a positive sign. Probably seeing some of that with our short-term rentals and things of that nature. Okay, so for expenditures, so you can see the blue dot. We're up a little bit, but for the most part, consistent with where we were last July. Categorically, to show that to you, the only real category we're up in is health and welfare. A little bit in community development, but I think, again, that has to do with probably timing of some of those upfront payments on some membership dues and things of that nature. So health and welfare, we've mentioned to you CSA previously. Some of that, of course, could be timing. We're in two kind of fiscal years right now, paying payments for last year and starting some new. Really, this is all going to be last year payments in July. We really would not have been invoiced for anything in July. That probably won't happen until August for the new year. So we're seeing significant increases in our contracts. We're seeing significant increases in the complexity of cases. It's going to be a difficult year for CSA, and so just be prepared. Even though the state refunds about 2/3 of that essentially, or we collect state revenue on that, we as a locality are responsible for 1/3 of that. I don't think it's a surprise. We kind of knew that with the school shutdowns and eyes weren't on kids, and so you're seeing a lot of this nationwide. This is not just a local problem. A lot of students are needing services. And things of that nature. So we're going to continue to see that probably for the remainder of the fiscal year. Now for social services, that gap, if you remember, of course, that's going to account for some of the 5% cost of living increase they receive. Really, that looks to be about it of any significance as far as increase. They're still about 8.4% of their budget for July, so they're within budgeted realm. So while that's up, that's not a concern for us because it's within what they anticipated based on their budget. Okay. So now this is the fund balance as of last fiscal year. We have not updated yet as we're still paying invoices and things of that nature on the current fiscal year. So we still have the $34.8 million of unassigned. That was the audited number from last year, less all of the approved rollovers. Our 20% policy minimum, so we're still at about $7.5 million over that minimum. What will happen when you look at next month's report, we'll kind of give you an estimated unaudited fund balance to end the fiscal year, and then we'll reset that 20% policy minimum once we finish up. We usually collect revenue for state and local sources in July and August. So once we get through August, we'll have a better revenue picture to be able to pull back to last year and reset that 20% for you. These are the rollovers that you've seen previously. This is the detail for that $3 million. Eventually, that's kind of applicable to last year, so that will roll off this report. New rollovers should there be sufficient funds from a year in surplus, will be something that will be brought to you probably in the October timeframe, possibly the September meeting for consideration. Similar for the school system. Now here are the commitments for the current year. So any year in surplus has to go to this first, and then anything over and above that, we could bring for consideration. But it's about 1.7 million in those particular areas there. So for an economic update, year over year, it was 8.5% inflation in July. So that's a good number. It's less than it was in June. From month to month, there was not an increase because of reduction in fuel prices, but we're still seeing inflation. It's still the highest in 40 years, and with typical inflation, you would want to see in the 2, maybe 3% range. So the Federal Reserve has their next meeting in September. Highly likely they're going to raise rates again. My guess is probably 0.5 percentage point, maybe 0.75 percentage point again. We'll see what happens in the month in between now and their meeting. The housing market is starting to cool, and so it depends on if any of these other inflationary factors, mainly energy, cost of fuel and those things, how that contributes in the month of August to inform their meeting. So from a state update, we are finally getting most of the revenue estimates that we think, and most of that impact for us that we were waiting on was compensation board. Really wasn't a very big impact there, that we had already budgeted an additional 5%. So we didn't see a lot based on the budget estimates to amend our budget on the county side. The school board did have some significant increases. Looked to be all in their state and federal lines. So it was about $4 million, and they approved that amended budget at their August 8th meeting. That's going to exceed the 1% requirement to amend the total budget, county and schools. So we're going to have to hold a public hearing on that. So we'll get that advertised. We'll probably include some other grants like anything related to broadband or connector road, Summit View, things that we know are project related but haven't appropriated yet. So at the September or October meeting, we'll advertise a public hearing to amend the budget and get all of that wrapped up and together for your consideration. So at the last meeting, the work session, it was asked for a schedule for school resource officer costs. And I have a hard copy of this, so we will distribute that to you. Of just this slide. If you want all the slides, I'd be happy to give them to you, but this one I think was a particular request. You could have something, hard copy to take with you. And so, so a couple of things. We have a current grant that funds 2 SROs, or a portion of 2 SROs. And then we were just recently awarded a grant, which the board accepted at the last work session and meeting, for 6 SROs. And so that grant is 100% state funding in year 1, and then it goes to a local match in year 2. That local match is based on the local composite index, typically calculated for education funding. I'm rounding up. That's roughly 40%. It's 39 point something. And so in year 5, those grants are only good for 4 years. So in year 5, we would be responsible for 100% of the cost. So looking at the schedule, in the current fiscal year, 2023, we have the one grant for the current 2 SROs at $142,000. And that was more than we have historically received because the state went back and gave us 100% funding in the last year of the grant, since it wasn't offered in the first year. And so, so that was added in, which was a nice surprise. And then the $561,000 for the 6 SROs. And then we have almost a little over $337,000 in startup costs. And those are the vehicles, okay, the upfit, the uniforms, right, the holsters, those type things. And so all said and done, it's a little over $1 million. The school system obligated $300,000. So really in this fiscal year, because of the grant funds and the $300,000 from the schools, there really is no additional funding required. Now that changes next fiscal year. And so next fiscal year, of course, the grant goes away. We were already budgeting for the local cost of that grant anyway because we didn't anticipate getting 100%. So that's already built into the budget. So when you look at the county then has to pick up the 40% of the 6 SRO grant, in addition to now 100% of the 2 SROs. So that's $395,000 is the local cost that the county is going to have to pick up next year. And so when you look at the $300,000 funded by the school system, that's about a round up to $100,000 ask that we'll be looking to fund in next year's budget when we go through that process. And really that continues for the next 3 years, essentially, the next 3 budget cycles. Of course, this all varies depending on if we approve any pay increases, so obviously that changes these numbers, but everything else being equal, this would be the local cost. Now, in year 5, in fiscal year 2027, you can see all the grant funds go away. And so we have the local cost. What's going to also happen, if you notice, there's almost $332,000 in replacement costs, because in 5 years, those vehicles are going to start needing to be replaced, probably uniforms, so there are radios, all of these things are going to expire. So in a normal operating and capital replacement plan, we need to plan for those purchases. And so the only thing that's backed out, if you notice, it was 337 at the beginning in 2023, it's 331. That's mainly a couple of the things related to the academy fees and things of that nature that we were looking at. So obviously they wouldn't be needed again. So looking at that, the estimate is a little over $1 million. Still assuming the $300,000 from the school system, we're going to need $764,000 in year 5. So, if you look at that, and typically what we like to do is we will ask you and propose to build that into the budget so that it's not such a big ask in year 5, but you've built it in over the 3-4 years up to it. So what that looks like, since we didn't really get a jump on it this year, we're technically down to 3 years of the grant because we won't address any new money until next year's budget possibly. So if you say 24, 25, 26, by 2027 you need to have it built in. It's going to range anywhere between, if we can have 4 years to build it in, and at $764,000, that's about $191,000 a year that we need to set aside. If we get crunched and have to compress it into 3 years, or some variation, that's about $255,000 a year. So just be aware that even though that says almost $750,000, or is $750,000 in year 5, that's not necessarily something we're going to wait as staff to propose to you to start funding. We need to start building that into the budget in the next 3-4 years. And really, that's it. Would you hand that up? And so we'll hand out that piece of paper for you. But, Mr. Chairman, that's it. So I'll be happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Right. Yeah, go back to that right there. I've got a question. That additional thank you. Additional funding required. Is that going to be the cost to the county at 27? Is the red number 764?
That's going to be the total.
Or less?
Yes, that's going to be the total cost. Now, whether that's county or additional school system funding or other funding, but that's going to be the total cost to keep the additional 8 SRO positions funded.
Keep everything going. That's the number.
Yes, sir.
The real number.
That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, now, is that any more questions?
question.
Oh, I got it. Go ahead.
Did you have another question?
No, you go ahead.
Brian, does any of this assume a contribution from the sheriff's office since this is a law enforcement issue?
It does not. It only assumes what the county is either funded now or the $300,000 from the school system.
Is
No
that going to be a
additional.
discussion that's going to happen?
I would assume when we're looking to build this into the budget, that would need to be a discussion in the budget process,
Because that's what's absent for me when I look at this chart.
certainly.
I view this as a law enforcement issue, and I just don't see any funding.
Yeah, I mean, of course, any additional funding that on the county side we would add would be put in the sheriff's office budget. But as far as looking for savings within their existing budget to help fund, we did not assume any of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Brian, I got another question there. Wasn't last month, but it was month before last, we discussed the sheriff and his salary. raising it to 6%. Is that figured into this, or is this totally separate, or have you got something on that?
The sheriff's salary completely separate from this. Of course, effective July 1st, he did receive an additional 5%.
But we were talking about, was it our last meeting or the one before that, where we talked about the 6%, where he asked for, in that it was brought up. I may have brought that up in other matters by supervisors, but we brought that up to talk about that and where that would come from. That would have come from money we already had
Right.
for a period of time, correct?
It would. I mean, any adjustment would come from existing revenues. And so it would just depend upon revenues exceeding budget expectations in order to cover any increase like that. Yes, sir.
Okay, is any more questions from the board to Brian in regards to any of this? All right, now, do we need to do a vote to hold a public hearing for the budget request for over 1%?
If, I don't know that you necessarily need to do a vote, as long as the board is consensus okay. Excuse me. Staff will advertise accordingly, working with the school system for a September or October board meeting.
Madam Clerk, do you need a vote for the public hearing, or are you okay with the consensus?
Don't need a roll call vote,
Just a consensus?
favor say aye.
Just a motion. We need a motion.
We need a motion then for it to go to public hearing and a second, and then we'll just do a consensus vote there. Somebody make a motion.
I will, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we got a second.
Second.
This is for it to go to public hearing for the budget adjustment.
Yeah.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now, all right, well, we got this here, and that takes care of that. What about the 6% on the sheriff's raise that was talked about? Is there any comment or any discussion on that? Why you want to do that? You want to put that on the agenda for next month, and then we do that? We need to come up with it, Ronnie.
Yeah, I'd like to see that on the agenda. You know, I feel the sheriff's done a great job with the sheriff's office, and I think all the raises are given. I think we should consider the 6% for the sheriff as well. So I'd like to see it on the agenda for next month.
I'd like to see it on the agenda too, for a couple of reasons. It's a whole lot of responsibility that he carries there on his shoulders. Plus the fact simply, he was the only one that signed that thing to be part of the county. None of the rest of the Constitution officers would. And I think it needs to be into there. So I'd like to see it go on the agenda as well. Do we need to make that a vote, or is that just a head signify to put that on the agenda for next month then, for his race?
Consensus.
All right, that'll go on. Is it, you want a consensus, or just,
Yeah, consensus would be fine.
when we make, Ronnie, you gonna make that a motion?
Is it Jerry? If you want to, either way.
On the agenda, Chairman, just put on the agenda.
Yeah, we'll just put it on the agenda. We don't have to have a vote on that, just put it on the agenda for next month. And then we'll make that an agenda item for that. Okay, anything else for Brian before he sits down? He's in a hurry. All right, thank you, Brian, appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it a whole lot. All right, we are running a little bit ahead, so we're going to keep going with it. Mike's coming, and he's the Assistant County Administrator in regards to the Agricultural Development Committee bylaws. We brought that up last month, and we tabled it until this month, and that was because Mrs. Smith wasn't here, and we're so sorry for the passing of her mom. And we wanted this because she chaired that, and it was ready to go to vote, but we thought it best to wait because I'm sure she'll want to say something about that. And so Mike, We'll do the vote today on the Agricultural Development Committee bylaws, but you give us a refresher on your presentation, and then Lori, I'll give you a chance to make
Yes,
a
sir.
comment in regards
Thank you.
to what you did on this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, so at last month's meeting, we did bring this to the board, looking for amended bylaws for the Agricultural Development Committee. As you all know, one of the biggest industries in Franklin County is agriculture, and we are looking for ways that we can help the farmers and agribusinesses within the community. We had a Agriculture Development Committee started back in, I believe, 2007. Did a lot of great work over about a 10-year period. But in 2017, 2018, we started having some issues with membership. And so the group went dormant in 2018, and all of the folks that were on that board, their terms have now expired. So what we did was we looked at some of the reasons why we were not getting the participation. Previously, committee that was brought together by Supervisor Smith got together, looked at how we might be able to tweak the bylaws to make it make it easier to get folks to come to the meetings and to have a renewed mission. So what we wanted to do today was bring this back to the board for your input and decision on how you'd like to move forward with these bylaws. And as the chairman said, Supervisor Smith is the one that's really spearheaded this and done a lot of work. So be glad to answer any questions anyone has.
Does anybody, board members, have any questions to Mike in regards to these bylaws? Tommy?
Well, it's not exactly the bylaws, I might be out of turn, but anyway, what percentage does agriculture play in Franklin County as far as the product?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I said, what percentage does agriculture play into Franklin County as far as the product and?
I'll have to get you that number. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay,
But it is our largest sector, our largest economic sector.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I have a
All right.
question.
Yes.
Membership, so we approve on this, we're going to vote to approve or not approve this here shortly. For the magisterial districts, do they need to submit an application like we do for all the other boards that people sit on?
If we go and it's approved by each member of the board appointing somebody, then that application that we have, that everybody has to do, we'll have to fill out one of those.
All right,
It's that, you know what I'm talking about, the
Yes, sir.
one-page application.
yeah. Okay.
That's the one that'll be filled out.
I've already got my person. So.
You already got your person figured out. Anybody else got any questions for Mike? Ms. Smith, you got anything? You chaired this and you was on that. We
Yes.
certainly want to give you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to thank Mr. Burnett for his leadership. We're kind of holding hands on this one. And we had an organizational meeting, and then we had a follow-up meeting with this group of core individuals. And we have a proposed slate for each magisterial district that we worked on, and the board will look at these applications in closed session today. This group is very energized, being the largest industry in Franklin County, and all of our wonderful farmers. We've got to do our part as a county, as a government, to support our ag industries and all of our partners. I think that the discussion moving forward is going to be, I think it's going to be a really great one, because there's so much that has been changing, and I'm learning a lot already. So I just look forward to moving forward with this, and today we're asking the board to support and approve the bylaws. I'm happy to answer any questions with regard to that. and we'll deal with the appointments in closed session and come out and make those formal appointments by motion if it's the board's pleasure. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like for this committee to be one that we consider having a supervisor liaison appointment to make sure that there is communication and between the two entities as they move forward.
Okay? Anybody got any, does that open any questions or comments to, Mike? All right, okay.
Just one comment. I think Ms. Smith's comment about a board member liaison would be important to keep them active so that we have a back and forth and it doesn't just go away like before.
All right, we're going to go ahead with our comments in regards to the bylaws and everything. I personally think this is a good development here. The only thing that I'm having a little bit of heartburn with is the 2 members appointed at large. That sure does make that a large committee, 9 people. 7 is plenty big. And I think if it's 1 from each district, that it will represent the entire county. As seems like a lot of times when you start getting at large members, it can cause problems. I'm not saying it will, but it can. And that's the only thing I'd like to see. It just goes back down to our other boards where each supervisor picks 1 member from the district and not the at-large members.
Mr. Chairman, I can maybe speak to that. I am personally okay either way. I can tell you the rationale that was discussed was simply around the fact that there are going to be some individuals that need to be on this committee that we need there on a consistent basis rather than being, on specific annual terms. So we even talked about whether we would encourage this group to have an advisory council or board. But that was the rationale, is that there was some worry by those in attendance that there may be some. Mike, am I getting that right?
You are, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I think one of the other thoughts was the fact that some areas of the county are much more agricultural than other parts of the county. And so there may be somebody or 2 somebodies that you want out of the Blackwater district. And you wouldn't be able to put them on if you didn't have an at-large. So that was the main reason.
But if you had that, would that change the dynamics of it and give one area more say than another if they team up together?
It's a good point.
Does it
I
keep
think
it-
that's a great point.
Does he keep it fair when it's just 1 and nobody can get a monopoly or whatever you want to call it on anything?
I think that's a good point, Mr. Chairman. And if we find out moving forward that,
Need to change it, we can.
yeah, of course, absolutely. Yeah.
What about the rest of you? How you feel?
I agree. 1 from each district is fair.
Run that by me again. What are you saying now?
1 from each district and no at-large members.
No at-large members?
No.
I agree with you though.
One from each district.
I think that'd be right. And make sure that, and I'm pretty sure it's in the bylaws here, that they do have some type of agriculture background.
And it'd be up to the
I wanna make-
supervisor, be up to the supervisor to pick
Yeah.
that person. And then he or she fills out the application, and then it goes to the entire board membership to vote on them. And
Well, I think sometimes agriculture gets pushed back, and I think that it's our job to make sure that whoever put on this board, to make sure that they have a agriculture background and understand how important agriculture is to Franklin County.
And Mr. Cundiff, one thing we could do, maybe to meet your need is maybe we have a special application consideration for this board that asks for that information when they submit their application. That says if it's for the ag board, please list your,
there's a place on that application that says list your qualifications for
it
this
does.
appointment. That's already on there.
That's true.
So that will answer your question Mr. Cuddy,
Okay, sounds good.
that when you asked for that, that's on.
I knew it was basically in there, but I just want to stress that point again.
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes
That's a good point.
we get, all right, thank you.
All right. Anyone else got any questions or comments for Mike or for Lori? All right, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, now we'll go back into session here. What's your pleasure? How you want to do this?
May I offer a motion?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the amended bylaws for the Franklin County Agricultural Development Committee with the amended change of deletion of at-large members.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you want a voice or you want a roll call?
The voice is fine.
All in favor as proposed, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, now we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Can you believe that? A little bit ahead of schedule here. So what we'll do is, Mr. Whitlow, we'll put you next and before our break, and we'll get this in there, and we may, yeah, Mr. Whitlow, you go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. Several things before I begin. One, of course, the county posted a press release last Friday. We were made aware by the Virginia Association of Counties that Franklin County's been chosen out of 95 Virginia counties for a VACO, a Virginia Association of Counties Achievement Award. This is the 4th award in the last 3 years for Franklin County, which is mighty significant accomplishment for this board and county staff. Previous awards, of course, VACO's been with us to present those in previous years. VACO will likely be at our November meeting, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to officially present the award. But this year, the award was very competitive. There were over 100 entries for 29 awards statewide. And this year, the Virginia Association of Counties specifically chose Franklin County's award to recognize not only Franklin County, but our regional partners in Henry and Patrick County for the great work that they did in creating and implementing the Blue Ridge Fire EMS Academy. And of course, we all know over the last 2 years, nationally, statewide, specifically in rural areas like Franklin County, we've had a significant issue of recruiting and attracting fire EMS, EMTs, and paramedics. And so our public safety director, Billy Ferguson, along with the public safety director in Henry County, Matt Tatum, as well as others in Patrick County, City of Martinsville, Pittsylvania County, they all kind of got together, what can we do about this? And so they teamed up to create the Blue Ridge Fire EMS Academy, utilizing the resources of both Henry and Franklin County, specifically for fire training, EMS training, whereby we can grow our own. We don't necessarily have to wait around and wait till that EMT or that paramedic comes. How can we get them trained? And so VACO, in evaluating the awards, thought that was a very creative way to recruit, train individuals as paramedic EMTs. And so our first academy class was started back in late 2021. They graduated in the spring of 2022. And now I'm proud to say with those graduates, Franklin County had the most. And our graduates are now our EMTs, now serving on trucks. And we know we really wrestled with that over the last couple of years, especially with COVID, where we have 6.5 staff trucks, and keeping those trucks staffed and fully on the road and making sure that we have those individuals. So I won't belabor that, Mr. Chairman, but congratulations. I think Mr. Billy Ferguson is our Director of Public Safety is in the back. We thank you, Billy. We thank our regional partners in Henry and specifically Patrick County. I think now Patrick County has joined us for the second class. I think the first class was mainly Franklin and Henry counties, but now we're on our second class with Patrick County. And so a good regional creative approach, and I appreciate all the work that was done in that. More on that, again, when VACO joins us in November. Speaking of VACO, Mr. Chairman, this Thursday is the Virginia Association of Counties Regional Summit. It will be held at the Hotel Roanoke this Thursday. I think a couple of our members are registered for that event. There will be various speakers at that event. If there may be a late registration, I'm not sure. So if you didn't get a chance and you are interested in attending, just please see Connie. That'll be this Thursday. It's always really, really good at the summer regional event for various things, kind of a glance at what the state budget may be looking like coming up next year, as well as some other speakers. So that will be, again, this Thursday. Also, with VACO, this is the first time I believe that Franklin County in many years has had the opportunity to actually host a regional VACO meeting, Virginia Association of Counties meeting, and we belong certainly as part of Region 10 and Region 11, and so that date has now been set by VACO. It is for Thursday, September the 22nd. We will hold that at the Franklin Center. VACO, again, will host and primarily organize the meeting. We are looking now at various topics to discuss. One of the specific topics that's been of issue and it's been of importance to this board is the need for additional housing in Franklin County, specifically workforce and affordable housing. We know that's an issue that's statewide, and so VACO is zeroed in on that and will likely be inviting some speakers to that as well as our legislators. But that is Thursday, September the 22nd. That time is from 3 to 5. And certainly we will be great host to VACO and make sure we have a lot of swag for our guests from around the Region 10 and Region 12, as well as our partners in Richmond. We're seeing what we can do, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, about a little homestay creamery for our guest there on September the 22nd. Some other items.
Nobody like that ice cream.
That's right. Some other items, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that are coming up, just reminders to the board. One of our regional partners, Virginia's Blue Ridge, they were actually in attendance, I understand, at last Friday evening's Concerts by Canoe down on Philpott Lake, taking some good marketing photos and so forth to promote our great outdoors. Virginia's Blue Ridge, of course, our regional tourism arm, they will be holding their annual meeting. This is the first time they've been able to do an in-person meeting in about 3 years. And that will be at the Roanoke City Market on September the 8th. And of course, our region is part of the mountain biking capital of the East Coast, and 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and her name escapes me now. I have the information. I'll give that out to you all. Will be the guest speaker. And so if you're interested in that, please make sure you let our office know. We'll get you registered. And then, Mr. Chairman, a couple of other items primarily coming up speaking of tourism, from a county standpoint, and I know our tourism director is here in the office, and I'm kind of shameless just putting him on the spot here, try to give him a heads up earlier that I would bring up. The Franklin County Agricultural Fair will be back this year after a few years of a hiatus due to COVID. And so, Mr. Chairman, I know he's in the audience, and he certainly can elaborate on that a little bit more, perhaps, your and the board's pleasure. That will be held September the 14th through September the 17th. I know his office has been really, really busy already promoting with some promotions for the county fair. I see our school superintendent and our chair of our school board here with us today in the back, and that's always a big partnership with our school system as well. And we're looking forward to the school children being able to participate as well, and our agricultural clubs at the high school. So, Kevin, I don't want to take away your thunder here. So
you did a good job there. Members of the board, we appreciate the opportunity to kind of give you a little bit of an update about the agricultural fair, which will be here before we know it. It's less than a month away at this point. It is September 14th through the 17th at the Franklin County Recreation Park there on Sontag Road. Just to kind of give you an overview, and then I can answer any questions if you have any. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the fair will open at 5 o'clock and it will close at 10. Saturday, the fair is going to run from noon until 10. And you're all invited to come out to the opening ceremony, which will happen prior to the fair opening on Wednesday. Some of the overview of things that folks can be excited for. The Brinkley Midway will be making its return to the agricultural fair for this year. Also making a return will be the Great Lakes Timber Show. Folks really enjoyed that. This year we're going to have the All-American Racing Pigs That's a fan favorite, watching the pigs. Also, the return of the Little Critters Petting Zoo, another fan favorite. Also, going to have the Blue Ridge Mountain Garden Tractor Pullers. They're on the fairgrounds on Friday night, so that'll be a big attraction. And then on Saturday, we'll have the Southwest Virginia Antique Tractor and Gas Engine Pullers. So we know folks are excited for both of those. This year, we're also going to be featuring a dog show. The date's still out there on that. It'll either be Friday or Saturday. And we're going to be including some of the dogs from the animal shelter, as well as some of the dogs from the Humane Society. They'll have their own opportunity there. So that's a way we're incorporating them into the fair this year. Another thing we're very excited about is the music. That's a big part of Franklin County and what it has to offer. This year, the Crooked Road, Virginia's Heritage Music Trail, has come on board to present the stage this year. And just kind of some of the highlights. We still have a couple of contracts that are yet to come in. So, but on Wednesday, we're going to be featuring a gospel act, and we're waiting on that contract to come in. But we're also going to be featuring the Miss Franklin County Agricultural Fair Pageant Showcase. And that fair pageant wrapped up on Saturday, and they had 37 contestants, which is more than they've had in years past. And we want to congratulate Miss Franklin County Agricultural Fair for this upcoming year in Michaela Sprouse. So she was just crowned on Saturday, and her fellow queens will be there to celebrate the opening of the fair and other nights. Also wanted to pass along to you, found out on Saturday that Miss Franklin County Agricultural Fair 2021, Miss Tori Shiflett, is now serving as Miss Virginia Association of Fairs 2022. So our Miss Franklin County Agricultural Fair from last year is now Miss Virginia Association of Fairs. So that's a great honor that she represents Franklin County there at the state level. So that's going to be coming up on the Wednesday at the Crooked Road stage. On Thursday, a lot of folks are going to be excited for this. We're in works with the Ferrum College Folk Music Program to bring some of their musicians down. And then following that program, we're going to be having a local legend in Junior Sisk and Friends. If you're not familiar with Junior, he has the #1 and #7 songs on the Bluegrass Unlimited charts right now, and native of the Blue Ridge District, so he's very proud of that. So that'll be on Thursday. And then on Friday, we're going to have some school-age folks in with the Junior Appalachian Musicians. They're going to be performing. And then coming up after that, another set of local legends, Larry Sigmund and Unique Sound of the Mountains, a mainstay in the dancing culture and the old-time music. And then following Larry Sigmund and Unique Sound of the Mountains will be the Twin Creek String Band, another great dance band, and they were just named first place at this year's Galax Fiddlers Convention as the #1 old-time band at the convention, and also had the #1 performer in their clawhammer banjo player in Jared Boyd. So that's going to be on Friday. And then coming up on Saturday, we're considering that our community showcase. We're going to have a couple of the local dance companies there presenting. We'll also have the Jacktail Players from the Blue Ridge District. You guys are well represented, Mr. Tatum there. But they're also going to be bringing Afterjack with them to perform. And then closing out the fair on that Saturday night will be the music of Wound Tight. So a lot of great musical offerings there on the Crooked Road stage. As always, we're going to have a plethora of different local food vendors who will be on site there, covering a wide range of different options. As you said, working closely with the school system to have the 1st, 3rd, and 5th graders from all of our elementary schools have an opportunity to come out and visit the fair during the day on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. They're very excited for that. A couple of other things that we want to pass along that's kind of going to be going on. The competition exhibits are back. Ms. Haynes with Virginia Cooperative Extension is kind of heading up that, so we're excited to see all the different exhibits. Antique Farm Days, and those folks will be out there for the school visits, so we're excited to have them come and present to the kids. We'll also have the Southland Mobile Dairy Classroom and other opportunities for folks to participate. You should already be hearing some of our radio spots. They have began on the radio, and then coming up 2 weeks prior to the fair, we do have a schedule of television ads that will be happening. We're also in multiple newspapers around the region, and also coming up here in the near future, I believe on the 22nd, we'll have 3 billboards going up. One is here in Franklin County on 220 North, one is in Roanoke County, and one is in the city of Martinsville. Other than that, the fair is going to be here before we know it, and I can entertain any questions that you may have.
Did you take out rain insurance?
We do have rain insurance. We are covered for all 4 days. If it's going to rain, we hope it happens during those specific times. But yes, we do have our rain insurance ready to go.
Good job, real good job. That's a good report.
Thank you.
Glad-
Kevin, thank you so much.
I'm glad
That
it's
is
back.
just wonderful.
I'm glad it's back. I tell you it is. That's a huge plus for the county.
Absolutely. September 14th through the 17th, everybody come out.
And all the supervisors want to be on the list to participate.
I've got you all on the volunteer list, whether you know it or not. So
Yeah, is this the kiss on the pig thing? Is that what you're talking
You're
about?
going to judge the pig races
Oh,
and the cake and.
y'all will sign me up for
Yeah,
something
something.
obnoxious. I know you
Chairman, I
will.
thought the supervisors was the grease pig contest.
Oh, the grease pig. Okay, that's what it was. I knew it had something to do with the pig.
thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Whitlock?
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and of course, as you can see, I know Mr. Tosh has been very busy, and not just Mr. Tosh. I will say, since he's come aboard, and as well as our economic development staff, Ms. Sims and Ms. Minix, in our office, they've been really, really busy and coordinating a lot also with Parks and Recreation and our outdoor recreation activities. And you may have noticed, or and so forth, with the county social media, and in terms of just the number of followers, we have grown exponentially. And I'm not talking about by just a few hundred. We've grown by tens of thousands in just a matter of 3 or 4 months. It's been pretty impressive. And so they have some good synergy going there and really cross-pollinating, and how we, of course, market ourselves as a wonderful outdoor community, but it's a great place to raise a family and certainly start a business, operate a business, and work. And so just appreciate all the good work that's going on there.
Mr. Tatum, you got something you want to say?
I sure do. I would like to just add to what Mr. Whitlow said about this VACO award that our public safety received. I would like to, first of all, compliment Director Ferguson and his staff and their hard work in taking part in this academy venture. For many years, I've wondered why public safety and fire and EMS didn't have some type of academy system to train their personnel the way law enforcement's been doing for the last 50, 60 years. And I actually have an inside track that Director Matt Tatum in Henry County is my brother, and he worked on it, but he told me himself, he said, we can't do it by ourselves. And he was so pleased when Director Ferguson and the Franklin County staff came on board, and he has been extremely, extremely complimentary of the Franklin County staff that's been working with him. Mr. Meeks, especially the hard work that Pat Meeks has been putting forth in the training and the organization, and the level of training that these people are receiving in this academy is just astounding. And I just want to compliment Director Ferguson, you and your staff, and just relay to you the compliments from my brother and also his staff and members of the Henry County Board of Supervisors as well. Your contributions to this have not gone unnoticed, and I know that the citizens of Franklin County, Henry County, and now Patrick County will be better served because of your hard work. And just thank you and relay that to your staff. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a, say, 10-minute break. Madam Clerk, if we can get Ms. Torrance in a couple minutes early, we can get a start on the later session. Mr. Jim Gwynn didn't have anything to do, so get something. All right, we'll do our work session and our closed session. We'll go to B75 for that. Thank you. Thanks. Our meeting back to order. And Mr. Tatum, you have something to read, please?
Yes, I do. Mr. Chairman, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and that only such business matters as were identified in the motion were to which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Okay. We get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
Okay, now we'll go into our session, and we'll have, we've got some appointments to make. Board, what's your pleasure on your appointments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir?
I make a motion that, well, I would like to appoint and make a motion that we accept Pam Alford. That's the at-large position on Aging Services.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat presently vacant.
Okay, someone else?
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to make a motion that we accept the nomination of Jessica Gower as the at-large position on the Recreation Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a first and second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
All right. Anyone else got an appointment?
Got one more.
Okay, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, I make a motion to nominate Josh Gibson to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission as a citizen rep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on that, please?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
All right, do we have any more?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Smith?
I would move that we appoint Dan Quinn to the Piedmont Community Services Board.
Second.
All right, do we have a first and second? Madam Clerk, we do a roll call?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum, Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
All right, I think we've got one more. All right, here no more. Here no more, then we'll close that nomination process. Okay, now we'll go into our advertised for special use permit, an application of Craig and Angela Wilson. Ms. Cooper, you going to address the board on that, please?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Yes, we're here to hear a special use permit. The applicants are correct.
I apologize.
Echo.
How'd you do that?
I
You're
don't know, but I don't like to hear
ventriloquist?
myself
You're a
twice.
ventriloquist?
Ventriloquist, you didn't know it, huh?
Yeah, just didn't know that.
You got a hidden talent, you know
I
that?
do, that I didn't even know I had. Again, we're here for a special use permit. The application is for Craig and Angela Wilson. They're applicants and owners for a special use permit that they're requesting with possible conditions. The property is approximately 26.152 acres. It's zoned agricultural. It's located at 750 Penn Hall. This is in the Union Hall district. And the purpose of this request is to allow a tourist resort facility development, which is allowed by a special use permit issued by you, the board. Just to give you a little bit of background about the property, this property was acquired by the applicants in the AEP auction that you remember happened several months ago. They also acquired the property across the street. As I stated before, this proposed development is 26.152 acres. It is zoned A1. The nearby parcels are mixed of large residential, agricultural, or vacant lots. They are also zoned agricultural. The applicants own the closest structure to the proposed facility, which is a single-family dwelling, which is, like I stated, across the street. This single-family dwelling, however, will be used. I think AEP is going to rent it from the applicant. The proposed development will include a 5,000 square foot manor house. As you all know, that is Penn Hall Manor that's been there for quite a long time. They plan to put a 4,750 square foot addition onto that dwelling. The manor house will consist of 12 suites, a master suite, a bunk room, full bathrooms, a closet, a coffee bar. The manor home will also feature a brand new kitchen, and the manor house will be able to occupy 26 to 30 occupants. Also on the proposed property, there will be a 10,000 square foot clubhouse. The clubhouse will have activities like an arcade, gaming simulator, private bowling alley, a full bar, lounging areas, a pool, a fire pit, and accessory bathrooms and locker rooms. There also will be 33 cottages that will be approximately 950 to 1,000 square feet. They will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath. They will be fully equipped with kitchens, and the way that you will access most of these cottages will be by golf carts. There will also be a 9,000 square foot barn, which is capable of accommodating 350 people. It will also have a tavern and a store on the lower floor. There will be a 1,200 square foot outfitters shop situated near the lake, which will provide equipment for lake activities. There will be an event and a boat dock. Both are private and only available to guests on the proposed property. There will also be outdoor dining and other activity, recreations. Also, this development, once it is fully built, will employ 10 to 20 employees full-time with a groundskeeper, an on-site manager, and housekeeping. A paved park area that meets all zoning criteria will be built. There also is a potential for a private vineyard for the guest and wine production. At this time, this vineyard would not be commercial. Just to let you know, we want to give you a site plan of the area. The applicant may go into more detail, but I did want to give you certain pointers. This is the manor house. This is parking. These areas right here that are kind of the purple, those are the cottages that I talked about. This is the pool. This is your outdoor recreational area. This is your clubhouse. This is your outdoor recreational area. This is your barn venue event. This is your outfitter building. This is your 2 docks that I talked about, the one with boat slips and the one that you could have an event on. Well, we'll do it that way. This is just another rendering. This was also in your packet. It just shows you, this really shows you the road network. So basically you would park here and you would get a golf cart, and that's how you would go to the cottages and throughout the community. This is just another rendering. We do like to give you a vicinity map that shows you that it's in the Union Hall district. This shows you an aerial view of the property outlined in blue. Across the street is the single-family dwelling. This is this dwelling right here is not a dwelling. It's a storage area, and it's owned by AEP. That's the next closest structure. This is your zoning map to show you that A1 surrounds the property. And then your land use map as low-density residential. Staff analysis. Staff feels that this application for a special use permit would not be substantially detrimental to any of the adjoining properties, that it would be keeping in with the harmony and character of the zoning district if the special use permit is issued. Also, that the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community would not be hindered. With Smith Mountain Lake, as you all well know, we have a lot of outdoor activities, and a lot of people like to come here and vacation. We think this will be help with tourism and economic development for the county. We have seen an uptick in event venues throughout the county over the last 2 years or so. When this development is built out, it will be it will make a valuable use of large vacant piece of property and provide the county with high quality, large scale, multi-purpose event venues, which could include weddings or company retreats, and an upscale place for tourists to come and vacation or actually rent the place for your wedding. Also, the resort takes rural undeveloped land, takes this undeveloped land and puts it to good use. It will still be surrounded by rural character, plus the way that the developer has decided to lay it out. If you have been to the Penn Hall property, you see the improvements that have been made and the view sheds that you see that everybody talks about that brings them to the community. The Planning Commission did hold their public hearing. They did have 3 citizens who spoke. 2 citizens spoke about traffic on the roads like coming in from Kemp Ford and Dillard's Mill, and thought that this area would create more traffic, and with the commercial trucks that will be going to develop the site. There was 1 citizen that spoke for the development. Basically, that citizen thought it was nice not to see a cookie cutter housing development, and that to see a venue that could have held her wedding and her family that was coming into town for that wedding. Planning Commission recommendation. Planning Commission, there was a motion to deny the special use permit. The Planning Commission member felt instead of it being an SUP in the A1 district, that the developer should work with staff to rezone to PCD, which is your planned commercial development. There was no second to that motion. The Planning Commission, a member made another motion and it was second. The request was approved by a 6-1 vote for the special use permit to allow the tourist and resort facility. And there was 8 conditions along with that. The proposed tourist resort facility shall be substantially conform to the site plans that I showed you on pages 14, 15, and 16. The property will install a vegetation and maintain a buffer along the open frontage on Penn Hall Road. There also has to be compliance with state regulations. They have to comply with the department, the Virginia Department of Health, VDH, and this will have to do with their water supply, their waste disposal, their food service, and I know they have been in contact with VDH. Also, the Virginia Department of Transportation, they will have to adhere to their regulations, and I'm almost positive they have talked to them also. The property owner shall submit a plan to us to care for this property for the maintenance of the parking areas, the buildings, the landscaping, etc. And there's some points where the maintenance and care for the grass and vegetation, the walkways, the cart paths, the common areas, the removal of trash and debris, plans to ensure parking lots are in good repair and safe for the public. 911 address will have to be posted and approved by our GIS department. Also, the private docks shall only be accessible to and used by the patrons and guests of this development. No overflow parking shall be provided on premise for events not associated with this tourist and resort facility. Prior to approval of the final site plan and the use of the tourist and resort facility, the property owner shall obtain all permits from AEP for their docks, and they will have to obtain permits from the Franklin County Building Department. Roads and cart paths will have to be constructed at least 20 feet in width to be able to accommodate fire and emergency apparatus. I know this is a big special use permit, so I'd be glad to answer any questions, and I do know the applicant is here to speak and some of his team.
All right, do we have any, Mike?
I'm curious about the septic system, the sewage treatment, and the parking, and also the overflow parking.
Okay. I will answer that to the best of my ability, and then I am sure the applicant can answer some of that also. Let's start with the parking. This will be the main parking area for any of the events, guests, whatever is going on the parcel. If the wedding is large, there could be some other parking that might be had, but the parking has to be associated with the event. So if it was a wedding, it would have to be the people that are going to the wedding.
There's area there for overflow.
Yes, and I'll get them to show you where that area is. Also, I know they have been in contact about the septic, working on how that is going to take place. They do know, however, if they have to do mass drain fields, they do realize that they would have to come back and get a special use permit from you all, the Board of Supervisors. But I know there's someone here that can speak to the septic.
That was my only two questions. I think it's a very exciting venture, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Anyone else?
I have a couple questions, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Lisa.
Hello.
Just a couple questions. You know, I keep a good eye on the development team input that we get on these applications.
Yes.
I am curious, and this is something I just generally have heartburn over anyway. There are some pretty significant things here that are works in progress, and I understand that. This is a very big project. So I'm curious, number one, with the VDOT comments, is that something that has begun? Are the conversations in work? I mean, where are we with a status report on these things from the development team?
Okay, as far as, we'll start with VDOT. As far as VDOT, they have given initial comments to the engineer that he can speak to, but VDOT will not start their initial review until at site plan level, and they will have to, the engineering team will have to give probably a traffic analysis to VDOT, showing if there is warranted for like a right turn lane on Dillard's Mill, That would be one of the things that it might, trigger, but VDOT will not answer that question until after the traffic analysis is done, and that is done at site plan review.
Okay, what about Western Virginia? This site doesn't have any water and sewer. What's going on with that?
The site doesn't have any water and sewer. I do know the developer and his engineer team did talk to Western Virginia Water Authority. I don't think at this time they can hook on to Western Virginia Water. So right now, I know there's one well that's on the property that I know they were having someone come out and take a look at it. If it doesn't have enough capacity for what they are developing, they may have to dig another well. Their septic system is something that they have been working on since the beginning. And I know that they've had conversations with the health department, but I would prefer if their engineers spoke to that instead of me.
Okay, because that's next on my list is VDH.
Sorry, I kind of jumped ahead.
Oh, that's okay. No, I was saying
They kind of tie together.
No, that's exactly right. And the other piece was on the ENS piece, with the engineer plans and the control permit.
Right. So during site plan review, they will have to do an erosion settlement control plan, and obviously this will trigger stormwater. So they will have to meet all the state and local regulations for stormwater, and that will be reviewed at site plan review.
So Lisa, just for my general knowledge, and it applies to a lot of these applications. This is a large project, so I think it's very germane to this. What do we do as a planning department to do follow-up and bring closure to all of these open-ended development team reports and so forth? We don't have a code enforcement officer, obviously.
Right.
So what do we do? Is there a formal best practice?
Yes. Basically, what will happen if this is approved, I think they're going to start with the manor house first. So that will just cause initial permits as far as building, and they could do that with a minor site plan. But when they start doing the whole development or start grading it, then they will do the site plan review. And in that site plan review, you're going to have erosion settlement control, stormwater. There's going to be information about the well, the septic, and these site plans that we get in, they go to all of the people on the development review team for their review. So once they review it, they send comments back to Mr. Wilson in my office, who basically combines the comments, sends it back to the engineer for us to get the next submittal with all the suggested comments taken care of. So if VDOT has problems with the traffic analysis or something wasn't submitted that they needed, they would let Mr. Wilson know, and it would be in the letter. Or if it's something that VDH needs, it would be listed in that letter to the developer or to his engineer of what needs to be done. Once all that is approved and erosion settlement control permits have been issued, the stormwater has been issued, this is the time that we collect the bond. It's for the development so that we can make sure that it's developed the way the site plan and the erosion settlement and stormwater says. So we have an ENS inspector that goes out there. Then your senior planner does the zoning part of it. So he's going to make sure that it is designed, because he's reviewed the site plan. So he'll make sure that they build things that like they're supposed to as far as zoning is concerned. VDOT, if there is a turn lane to be put in, they'll make sure that turn lane is put in also. So there are some checks and balances that probably the board doesn't normally see that we do on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Does that help you out a little bit?
It does. It does. It just, I don't like approving these things with so much work that's outstanding. We have that with every special use permit.
Right.
And it just makes me uncomfortable approving these with outstanding work to be done.
Right. And I can understand that. I do know that in the process of some of the work, they do as much work as they can to get it to come in front of you, and they know that they have work afterwards, and they know that they have to make sure that they have some place for the waste disposal for all these cottages and for the Manor's house. And they've been working on it, but it gets to a point of how much money do you spend up front before you know that this board is going to grant this concept. And I would say that the developer has spent quite a bit of money up front for this
Well,
development.
And I will close by saying I agree with Mr. Carter. This is an extraordinary project. It is going to be wonderful for Franklin County, and I just applaud the folks that are doing it and the confidence they have in Franklin County. And, you know, we want to make sure that we partner with you and that we make this as seamless as possible. But please forgive my questions. We're just in these approval phases, and just want to make sure when I place my vote that I'm informed.
Mr. Mitchell, I
Anyone
think you
else?
had a
Did
question?
somebody else have?
I don't have any questions. I love it. I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Cundy?
I'm sure the applicant really likes that
Mr. Cundy
decision.
has questions, please.
Yes,
What is the timeline on this? Has there been a timeline set?
I can tell you what I
Ages is
know.
going to be in?
I can tell you what I know, and then I'll let the applicant go from there. I do know that they're starting with the Manor House first, and they will do the addition to the Manor House. And then from that point on, they'll tell you what phases they're going to do, because I'm not quite sure, but they will be able to tell you.
Any more questions for,
I just want to make a comment. I
Yes.
have walked the property. I've talked to Mr. Wilson, his group. I am highly, and don't use this word lightly, I'm highly impressed with what they're doing. And I think they're doing it the correct and right way. And I just really appreciate that you picked this area to develop your dream. And I thank you so much on that.
else got any questions? Is the applicant here and do they wish to speak?
Yes, I think there's a couple of them that wish to speak.
Come forward and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Sure. Craig Wilson. I live at 26453 Linton Pasture Place in Centerville, Virginia, currently. I just wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself. First of all, I want to thank the board and all the attendees in the community for taking the time with us this evening. As I said, my name is Craig Wilson, and although I originally am not from this area, I grew up in a place just like Franklin County. And it's probably for that particular reason why when my wife Angela and I began coming to the lake many years ago, we immediately fell in love with the community. My wife, by the way, is not here. She sends her apologies. She's at a business conference in Orlando for work that she could not get out of. As far as the rest of my family, we have 4 children, mostly grown. I have 1 left in the home. She'll be a senior, and then we will be empty nesters. At that point in time, we intend on making Franklin County our home, and really look forward to that opportunity. The commitments and the financial investments that we're making into this community are not just financial. We believe in being true stewards of our communities in which we live and work, and that's important to us as much as the investment is. And we have a good track record for that where we currently are. We believe in being good stewards within the community. In fact, our goal is not to overdevelop this property. It's really truly to bring forward the best intentions and the best that Franklin County has to offer. To do that, we're going to require partnerships, not just with the board and the county, but the community at large. Small businesses, farmers. As we mentioned, there is a small retail component to what we're offering in agricultural. So we will be building partnerships with locals to be able to showcase local products. So think of eggs and honey and meats and produce and arts and crafts and things that are local by nature. We do intend on planting grapes and having those available and looking at partnership with a local winery to bring wine tastings and things of that nature to the property. All of these things are really important to us. In fact, we're going to be attending the Ag Fair coming up in September to further develop opportunities and identify where those partnerships may align. So we're excited about that. Additionally, although my wife will never tell you this, she's an extremely humble person. She has her PhD in education from Virginia Tech, and this project was simply not going to move forward without an educational component. And it's for that reason that we're going to be developing relationships with local educational institutions. For example, Ferrum College, Virginia Tech, all of those are very important to us in order to bring forward educational, internship, and job opportunities to the area as well. We're very excited about this project. It's going to be done the right way. It's going to be done with the county's goals in alignment and input from the community as a whole. And we're extremely excited about it. Before I have the rest of the team, by the way, we've assembled a team here that is exciting to me. We took references, we took a lot of time to make sure we're choosing the right individuals. But before I turn it over to the rest of the team, I did want to introduce one individual who will be instrumental in bringing this project forward and just have him wave his hand. BJ Muller will be our senior project manager on site. So BJ basically has about over 25 years of development and project management experience. He's a trusted friend. He's like family to myself as well. His wife, Melissa, say hi. They're local. Now they just relocated the area, so if you see them out and about, feel free to say hello. And I want to again thank the board and the community at large here for the opportunity to speak. And I will turn it over to my team and to Kevin, who can speak on the particulars of the project as well. So thank you.
Mr. Wilson, do you have one in particular that can address the sewage problem?
Absolutely.
Septic and the overflow parking?
Yep, absolutely. Our civil engineer, Brandon, would you like to talk through that? Yep.
Brandon Scott, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Brandon Scott. I live at 3106 Rakes Road here in Rocky Mount. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the questions. As Lisa mentioned, we are well aware of some potential concerns with wastewater as well as water service at the facility. We have been in contact with Western Virginia Water Authority regarding any potential there may be for public service at some point. There are options on the table in the future for that, but at this time, when we'd like to get the project moving, we will have to do on-site systems. So we have reached out to another local engineer to work with us. He is a wastewater water expert. He will be working for us on this project. We have contacted VDH regarding current wells on the site, current drain fields that we have. As Lisa mentioned, we are aware also of the SUP requirement if we are to use mass drain fields. Our preference here is to create more of a decentralized system. We would rather look at low impact development on this. How can we do this in more of a residential style so that we can avoid some of those larger systems? We are looking at options for pre-treatment of sanitary as well as treatment of water on site. One of the considerations with Western Virginia also is the potential for us to put a system on site that could be tied into their network at some point in the future. So we want to be cognizant of that and build it to any potential future standard we may connect to. Does that answer some of the questions regarding the wastewater and water for you guys?
Answer it. Lori?
Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you.
Can you address the overflow parking?
Yes, and yeah, there's the cursor. To address the overflow parking, as Lisa mentioned, there are numerous areas where the cursor is shown here, as well as potentially in the area behind the parking here, where we should be able to accommodate any overflow parking for large events. We're going to work on attempting to have all of our parking able to be comprised in our parking area here in a hardened surface, but there are areas for overflow that we do intend to use if needed.
Where are they at?
It would be right here, just to the north of the circular drive in front of the manor house.
Okay. Does that answer? Is that, any other questions in regards to that?
And to confirm as well, we have been in contact with Lisa Lewis here locally with VDOT regarding concerns with Dillard's Hill, Penn Hall Road, so on and so forth. I think we're comfortable with her concerns on those, but as Lisa mentioned, we will address them during the site planning process.
Any more questions from Mr. Scott? Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it. Mr. Wilson, do you have anyone else on your team that you care to speak? The questions have been answered.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Schaefer. I'm the Charlottesville Studio Director for Design Develop. We are an architecture and planning firm. Ms. Cooper did such a wonderful job, as has Craig and Brandon, that I just want to introduce myself. And if you had any questions on the architecture, the design, the layout of things, please let me know. We have designed these things thoughtfully and specifically to be vernacular and agrarian, to be recognizable. An event barn should look like a barn. Maybe it's a little bit nicer than we'll put the ones, they'll put the cows in, but it should look like an event barn with big gable roofs and cupola and big opening doors, and cottages should be easily recognizable with gable roof forms and a scale that's appropriate, front porches and double hung windows. We're very cognizant of the importance of Penn Hall to this community, and we want to preserve the defining characteristics of that house, but also modernize it and breathe some new life into it, and give it a rejuvenation that gives it some new life. And then finally, the clubhouse building is actually emulates the existing chicken barn that's on site, which is a very narrow, long building with a gable roof and large overhangs. And so that is, the clubhouse is the homage to the existing chicken barn on site. So we're being cognizant of being in harmony, being recognizable, being a style that fits this area. So if there's any other questions for the architecture side of things.
Anybody got any questions? Tommy?
Oh, I asked a minute ago, how many phases will this be in?
Right. Currently, we're targeting 2 phases primarily, but then those phases break down into additional phases potentially. The first phase, as Ms. Cooper mentioned, is around the Penn Hall Manor itself specifically, and renovating that. And then the rest of phase 1B, would be potentially everything above this line. So that would be these cottage clusters here, if you can see my cursor, the clubhouse, the pool, the recreation area, and the additional cottages up here. As we work down the site, there's opportunities for phasing each cottage cluster development. And then there's opportunities at that point to also engage the event barn. But that would be in a phase 2A or 2B or 2C.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, any more of your team that you wish to speak? All right. Seeing that we have no more of from Ms. Cooper and the developer, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up to speak?
No, Chairman, I don't have any speakers for this item.
Is there anyone here at all that wishes to speak towards the application, the special use permit from Craig and Angela Wilson, known as the Penn Hall property? Anyone here wish to speak? Seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing, go back into session. I'll open it up for comments or any more questions or comments. Anybody? I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the county to grow and to prosper. I'm glad to see that people want to invest in Franklin County in its future and for it to go forward. And I'm really excited about that. So that's what I've got to say on that. Anyone else? I see heads shaking, so I'll open it up. Got the question? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I find that the requested special use permit will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties. that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed drastically, and such as use will and be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by the right of the zone district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for tourist and resort facilities developed with the 8 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we've got a first and a second. Will you please do a roll call?
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Snow Creek District seat is presently vacant.
All right, as presented, the application's been approved. Go make us proud. Go build it. Go build your dream.
Thank you all so much.
When we have a swimming pool ready.
Ms. Cooper, if you'll come forward, last month, we tabled the hall application in regards to short-term rental. There was a question to be answered about the septic. The public hearing has been taken care of. It's closed. We need to hear about what you found out about the septic.
Yes, and I don't know that we need my PowerPoint unless you need the concept plans, so I'll just proceed. In your packet, I think it's item 11. Let me tell you what we found during the month that we have been away from the board. CJ Jamison found an old permit that was done in 1980. It was sent to the health department, and from that permit, Lorena Huffman, who works for the health department, wanted some more information. So AAA Septic was able to supply her with I think you saw his report in your packet, and he also was able to show where the tank was and the drain fields. Lorena Huffman, Ms. Huffman, felt comfortable that she could send a letter to the Board of Supervisors that this met her intent, that it did have a working septic system. She knew where the tank was, where the drain fields are. She did say, however, that it was only for a 3-bedroom. So the septic is only for a 3-bedroom. If this special use permit is approved and the applicant would want to use that fourth bedroom, if it's deemed by our inspector to be a 4th bedroom that has been permitted and can have access, then they would have to go back through VDH to upgrade that septic. So right now, the short-term rental, if approved by you, would only be for a 3-bedroom, but it would have to go through all the qualifications. And that's where I do not have the PowerPoint, but the Planning Commission did have 6 conditions that they voted on, and it was a 4-3 vote. 4 in favor, 3 against the special use permit. It's the standard ones that you see, that this can be the only house used as a short-term rental unless they come back to the Board of Supervisors. Also, they have to meet all the regulations from Section 25-138 and Section 5.572 of the County Code. They also have to register the short-term rental and be in compliance and have the inspection that is conducted by the Planning Department's office. They have to be in line with VDH, which actually they have met now as a 3-bedroom septic. And they also have to make sure that they get with the building department, the Franklin County Building Department, that the electrical power to the covered duct is approved and is in working conditions as far as the building official feels. Those are the conditions. They are also in your packet, and I would be glad to answer any questions about the septic. Also, I think Ms. Turner and Mr. Nelson are on the phone if you have questions about the septic that you need to discuss with them. And that's the applicants. That's who is representing Ms. Hall this evening.
Mr. Carter, I think that was your question in regards, has been satisfied?
Yes, sir.
It's been satisfied. Does that open up for any other questions or comments to Ms. Cooper about this? All right. The applicants are not here. They're on the phone, but if there's any question, we can ask that for them. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you.
Okay, Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just make a couple brief comments if I may.
Sure.
Of course, I apologize for my absence last month.
You have no need to apologize, Ms. Smith. We know where you were at. We're very sorry.
Well, thank you. I've done a lot of work on this from a research perspective, and talked with the residents, and so forth. I am not in favor of granting this special use permit. The private road that is involved here is the maintenance and upkeep of that road is borne by the citizens, as are many of our private roads. And this neighborhood, they bought property, the residents bought property not anticipating a business use in it. And there's also a farm here that I struggle with in regard to exacerbating an environment for animals with visitors and tourists coming in, and a lot of activity, way above normal activity, and perhaps other pets and so forth introduced into the community. I don't think that this is a harmonious use in this particular case, and for those reasons, I just don't support this. I appreciate the applicant coming forward with the desire to create the short-term rental here, but I do not feel that it's an appropriate use in this area.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, we resolved that last month. There was no homeowner restrictions or anything with this homeowner association dues or nothing.
I don't know of any homeowners association dues in relations to the road.
Okay.
The only agreement that I do know that was stated by Mr. Nelson is that the drive that him and the property owner at 790, it seemed like they had an agreement of how to, to work out that drive.
To maintain it. That's the way I understood it. Thank you. All right, anybody else got any comments or questions? All right, we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that finds that the requested special use permit will be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the surrounding area will be changed thereby, and that such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend denial of the applicant's request.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do you have a second? All right. It's to deny the permit. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Yes, Chairman. Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
No.
Snow Creek District seat presently vacant.
All right, passes. It's denied by a vote of 5-1. All right. Okay, other matters by supervisors. Anyone got any? I've got a couple that I want to go over, but anybody got anything? We'll start down with Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to let the community know that our sheriff was recognized today in his office, got accreditation again. I think that's quite an accomplishment, and I'm very proud of our sheriff, and I hope the rest of the community is as well. That's all I had.
Mr. Cundy, if you got anything?
I agree with Mr. Carter. I think the whole system, not only just the sheriff's department, all the other departments in this county are outstanding. And I just appreciate what everybody does to maintain, keep it like that.
Thank you.
I'd like to echo what Mr. Carter and Mr. Cundy said. Job well done with our sheriff's department, but we also had recognition of an award that was received by the county from the Virginia Association of Counties for our Department of Public Safety for their outstanding work in a partnership with our neighboring county, Henry County, in organizing and putting together a fire EMS academy, which has never been done before in the state of Virginia, and it's already paying dividends to Franklin County. And I just want to applaud our Department of Public Safety for that, and also the sheriff for his hard work. And also put it on your calendar, Sunday, September the 11th, up in my neck of the woods at Philpott Lake, the annual Jamison Meal Reunion. If any of you would like to come out, it starts at 1 o'clock. It's a covered dish meal, fish fry, and it's just open to the public. Anyone wants to come out and just enjoy a day there at the lake. It's September the 11th, 1 o'clock at Jamison Mill Park. That's all I have.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have two items. The first one is that involving the village plans that we have adopted as a board. I am seeking the board to support me in my effort to re-engage the work group that had been involved with the first plan adopted in 2017. I'm targeting to put some new people on that, and the purpose of this is I would like to get the group re-engaged to review the plan that was adopted and to look at where we are today and the changes, where there are changes that have occurred in this overlay district. And what I would like to do is suggest that we look at this, and this could go for Ferrum and it could go for Union Hall, that we're looking to perhaps identify a phase 2, if you will, where phase 1 was a development and adoption of the village plans that we have and are codified, but that phase 2 would be in place to do a review and then to possibly move into plans for looking into implementation of some of the things that are articulated in those village plans. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity. We have a window of opportunity right now, I think, in Franklin County to take advantage of the growth that we're experiencing, both business and residential. And I think to continue to involve our village areas, which are areas of commerce and areas that are designated for growth. I really believe that this makes a lot of sense in my mind. And I'm just seeking the support of the board to take the village plans that we have and where each of us as representatives of our respective districts would be able to move into a phase 2 of the village work plans that we set out back in 2017. So I'm interested to see what you all think and if you could support my request.
Anybody got any comment?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I support your efforts in this to keep this village plan concept moving forward. In fact, in Ferrum, the community up there have taken it upon themselves and meet regularly. As it is, they've already moved into the next phase and actually probably 3 phases down the road. And I mean, I'm extremely proud of the work that they're putting forward, and they keep me apprised of it, and I get their emails. Unfortunately, I'm working most of the time when they're meeting, but they're very active, and they're encouraged and energized and are doing some great things, have some great ideas. They're working with Beth and her department on some ideas, some marketing ideas, and I can see that your Westlake area definitely would benefit from continuing. You know, like you said, the village concept was just a start.
Right.
We have to keep it moving. If not, it'll die.
Right.
So I'm with you. Go with it.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum.
Well, he's got his thumb up. I will support you with this as long as it's not an effort to come in the back door to start taking away property rights of property owners. I know here, what was about 6 months ago, it's been within the last year where the Gills Creek, they tried to enlarge that down there, and it infringed on some property rights.
To enlarge what?
The planning, the district, the overlay for the, what you were talking about there for that. So I don't want to see, I'm for phase two to see what's going on and to see what that is, but to keep it in line with what's already there.
And I can
not to
assure you,
change.
Mr. Chairman, there's no intention of trying to deal with the boundaries of the overlay district at all. And there is never an intention to usurp property rights. I know that went sideways back in 2018 or 17 because we were moving into the zoning phase. And I think that we got sideways with the consultants and so forth. I wasn't in office then, but there were all kinds of mitigating circumstances that entered into why that happened. But I have no intention of doing anything like that. My intent is to review the plan, look at what's changed. We would potentially come back to the board to ask for amendments in terms of just the things that have changed since we adopted the last plan. And then like Tim was saying with Ferrum, to potentially move into, some implementation phase I would certainly provide frequent updated reports as we meet to keep you all apprised of what's going on. And I would certainly work at the will of the board.
Right. Anything else?
Yes, one more thing. I have some numbers from June that are reflecting our short-term rentals and those that are in compliance and those that have failed inspection or still need to be inspected. So as of June 20th, or a little earlier than that perhaps, only 45% of our rentals are in compliance. 97, there are 200, at that time, there were 215 short-term rentals in the county. 97 were successfully in compliance, and 118 properties either failed inspection or they're still in need of being inspected. Now, these numbers could have changed since that period of time. But my point is I want this board to be aware that I know we have a third-party vendor helping us, but this also reflects on the lack of capacity that we have. We've talked about a code enforcement officer. We have talked about being able to take what we are codifying and putting into place and saying what we mean and mean what we say. And our third-party vendor can only do so much. And inspections is one of the things that I would say, looking at capacity issues, this may be a big one. And so I get very concerned when we have, at this point, 118 properties that have failed inspection. So what does that mean? That means that we have short-term rentals that are perhaps going on through the season that aren't meeting the requirements. And those involve safety, regs, and so forth, septic, and all of those issues. So I don't know what we want to do with this, but I think we've got a problem here that is going unaddressed if we don't do something with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of our discussion last month with the school resource officers, I mentioned to the sheriff on the side that possibly some of those officers could be utilized during the summer season when school was out as code enforcement officers. And I think there's some potential there, and the sheriff seemed very positive about that. But I agree with Ms. Smith. I think this is a problem. And, we can give these permits, but we can also take them back.
Good point.
I guess we're all guilty of it in a way. I did not realize it was that many that were not complying and doing what they said they were doing. And I know that we said, I remember specifically that we talked about when we started this short-term rental program, that we were gonna revisit it in a year. And, I had no clue it was that many non-compliant. And we need to, I agree, I think we need a consensus of the board for staff to come back with a report on this, where these numbers Ms. Smith has, and put that together. We're gonna have to come up with a plan. If this short-term rental and they're not complying and it's not working out, you know, we taking a lot of flack on this. And I don't wanna cut the program out just because one's, you know, you don't punish a whole bunch because of one. But we certainly need to get this in check and cut this out. And, you know, we even talked about, that's a good idea, Mike, about the compliance officers with the sheriff's office. For in the summertime, that probably would keep a couple of them busy all summer. And time you got that done and went to court, because we don't need this. We're trying to get something here going to grow the county. And if they're not willing to do what they say they're gonna do, then they don't need to be doing it.
And
Period.
Mr. Chairman, I would, regarding your comment about the one-year review, if my memory serves me correctly, that one-year review was to do that, but also we were giving the Planning Commission and planning staff a year to bring back recommendations on setbacks and on lot size. And I know that's come up several times at the Planning Commission, and they're not dealing with it for whatever reason, and that needs to be dealt with.
I've got something else in regards to that when it's my turn, that, to bring that back. We need, planning and zoning is gonna have to deal with that and everything. Thank you,
That's
Ms.
all I
Smith.
have, Mr. Chairman.
I just have one item, Mr. Chairman. Chris, have yourself and Director Ferguson met with Callaway yet? I know they've met with a vendor for their new tanker, and seems like the price keeps going up and up and up, with another price increase coming in, I think, January. So,
Mr. Mitchell, I have not directly. I'm not sure Mr. Ferguson's here. He has a thumbs up that he has met.
okay.
I have not debriefed with him, but we can get you an update if we can.
Yeah,
Mr.
maybe,
Mitchell.
next month's financial report, if y'all want to bring it up, or even have Director Ferguson talk about it, just to let the board know what we got to look at for next year, because it's
Yes, sir.
next on the rotation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Or is it also the consensus of the board for staff to move ahead? And Ms. Smith, in her request for the overlay projects? I think, yes, I think it was that many there.
Thank you very much.
All right, I've got a couple of things that I've been thinking about, and one that has come to my attention. The first thing is I'd like for the board to support. We have gotten numerous of these planning and zoning permits and applications. And it seems like our questions are all the same. Septic permits, right-of-way, homeowner association rules. Then they're getting private inspectors to come out and inspect this and inspect that. I think I would like to see planning and zoning come up with a checklist that is handed out and is done, and there's a system. It's so we don't be sending these back to have this looked up and that looked up. All of this needs to be taken care of before it comes to the board. Now, I understand what's going on with a lot of these, that they get to a point and they want to make sure that the board supports it before they drop any more dollars on the project. I understand all of that, but there's a lot of questions that come here, and all of these questions, I think, should be answered before they get here. And so I see everybody shaking their head yes. And I think it's going to, what it is going to entail is for planning and zoning to come up with a checklist that they do everything and have all these questions for septic and water and homeowner association rules and everything in place and given out to begin with.
Mr. Chairman, there are other localities that require that.
They already have that done.
Supervisors and other locations and city councils, they want to know that the work has been done and what the result is before they put their vote on it.
I think it's important that staff do that and come up with that. All right, and then I've been thinking about this, and then I got a phone call last week from Burnt Chimney Fire Department, Lee Powell, chief, and this board last month, 2 months ago now, supported a resolution in regards to, we get my name, the smart scale. And it was for redesigning Harmony School Road. And we did a resolution, and it's going to entail some work there with that. We'll have to go in closed session and talk to the attorney. I'm afraid, and I don't know if this, I didn't think about it to begin with. I don't know if anybody else on the board thought about it. But, you know, down at the Hardy Road, we just took care of a problem. It was the worst intersection in our county. The most fatalities that we had anywhere was there. And what happened is they put that turning lane in, which is more of just a little cutoff there, and people would come up to the intersection on the Hardy Road to 122 to make a left turn or a right turn, and a car turning, and the people that was on the Hardy Road thought because the car was turning that there was nothing else. And then they pull right out in front of a car or a truck, and it's T-boned. And I'm afraid that as the intersection that is proposed at Harmony School with the turning lane is going to create the same problem all over again. And I know that there's a time there for the smart scale money and everything. There's a time frame there, and there's some questions there. And I'm wanting to see if this board will support, and I don't know what's involved, because we're going to have to get our attorney involved in it to, because we did a resolution. We all, yeah, we want that. And we just didn't think about it. I didn't. And I don't want to see us create another problem up a half a mile up the road from where we just fixed the problem. And it's a bad design. So I know we done a resolution, and what do we have to do to get out of that resolution? I talked to Todd. They don't know the answer to it either, and it's got to be some research. But I'm asking the board to support me in this, for staff to go back and come to what we can do to stop this project. I mean, to me, I think, you see, the way I see it, right now, it's a dangerous intersection. Very dangerous. I came through it today. Every time I come to town, I have to come either that way or I cut through Farmington and come out over on 116. But because it is such a bad intersection, when you get there, you take time and look and look and look and look before you pull out. If you go there with that turning lane, people's just gonna, they see it, they can't see down past it. Now, I know all of that can be controlled. One thing that VDOT did do was they lowered the speed limit to 45, and that helped tremendously. But I think we fixed one problem. I think we better off to leave it alone myself, or put a roundabout in. Now, a roundabout's a pile of money, and but people, I remember, who was it, you, Tim, said, where they go put the McDonald's, because it's hard to do those roundabouts. I know that, but the money that's there for a roundabout or something, but I'm asking that we slow this up and look at that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is in my district, if I can make a comment. I would first of all want to know what staff and VDOT's opinion is, because these smart scale projects, to my knowledge, get vetted out fairly in a very detailed manner. So I'm curious as to whether they've considered that perspective, That would be very informative for us to know that.
I already asked them, and that's why I said, we're getting the ball started on our end, they're getting the ball started on
Do
their.
they concur with you?
Yes,
Then why did they approve it? Why did they put it in front of us?
also the same thing I just said, we didn't know what was going on. It wasn't thought out to begin with. It's not that they want to do away with the project, it's that there's different ways to do it and put a longer sight distance and all of that. But we need to make sure before it gets, it's in the genesis now, and before it gets any bigger. Here's the drawing, Ms. Smith, of the highway, as they are seeing it with their longer turning lanes. They've cut a lot, they're wanting to cut back a lot of bank and make a longer thing there. But I at least want to go on record that I oppose it.
I wish
So
somebody
first-
had told me, because I would have been happy.
This just come up to a couple of days ago.
Okay,
It's not like I've had it on that.
okay.
It's just like, I want to go on record that I'm not going to support it after this come up, because I think we've fixed one problem and could create another one with that.
Well, I appreciate the time and effort you've put forth to talk to VDOT and staff.
All right, and then, it's been talked by a couple of members. I like that we get blazers with Franklin County on it for when we go to these special events and everything. Everybody like that idea?
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Blazers for when we go to special events. It's got Franklin County on it to identify us from everybody else. All right. Okay, that's all that I have. That's all that I have there on that. That's 7:16. I don't, let's go ahead with our public comment, then we'll do a break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon a second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. You will have 3 minutes. You'll have 3 minutes to present your talk. I ask that you come forward when Madam Clerk calls your name, that you come forward and you state your name and your address before that. There's something,
Yes, Chairman, can I have a couple minutes just to fix the timer on the board?
sure,
Thank you.
and to get that timer set up and get it ready. What's this? Somebody gonna talk to this? Okay. I too would like to echo today, we got a hell lot of good news today from the Sheriff's Department and from Public Safety. Even got some recognitions there, and our county's really moving forward. And for that, the entire board is proud of and very happy for our county in its forward movements. The conclusion of today's meeting, we will go back into closed session to come up with the process and for the appointment to the Snow Creek District. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes, Chairman. Can I
Will you
please-
go ahead and call the first?
Yes, can Reba Dillon please come to the podium?
Hi, my name is Reba Dillon. Most of you all know me. The one thing that I'm here for is something I've been trying to get done for about approximately 5 years. The county owns land down at Smith Mountain. It's the Smith Farm. We would like, and if you all will look at the map I gave you, and if you look at the big top part, which is right here, this is where I would like to be able to build a walking trail all the way around this piece of property. This piece of property is all woods. There's no cattle on it. There's nothing on it. It's woods. I'm not asking you all for any money to help build it. We have the means to build it. The community is more than willing to help build it. It's just like when we built the beach and the dock. I didn't ask for funds. We got it built. I'm here today and I'm not asking for funds. I'm asking for an approval to build this. The walking trail, if you'll notice that there's a main road goes all the way around this property. If someone was to be walking and they got sick, rescue squad can immediately reach them at any point because the main road goes all the way around this. The one question that I have asked over and over and over for several years is why this property is never put out for bids, because Franklin County property is put out for bids each year. This property has never been put out for bids. It automatically rolls over to the same man every year. It's about 360 some acres. He carries approximately 50 to 60 head of cattle on it and on the lower sections down here. He sells the hay. He has probably made several millions of dollars off of this property by paying $100 a year for this property. I don't understand why the county has not put this property out for public bids over the years. And why that, and I know that we do use this property for watershed, but we would not affect the water in any form, shape, or how, putting a walking trail around this property. And I'm not gonna stand here and say Smith Mountain Lake does give a lot of taxes to the county, but I am gonna say we have a lot of older people and that we also have children. And if I have to take my children all the way to Wade Park, it takes me approximately an hour. Why can we not, and Parks and Rec, and I'm on Parks and Rec board, I represent Gills Creek District. We have developed a beautiful plan to make this a park. The rules of this farm is education and recreation. And I'm asking that you all allow me to build a walking trail.
Thank you, Reba.
Will Sean Davis please come to the podium?
Good evening. My name is Sean Davis. I live at 9025 Truvine Road in Glade Hill. It was something in last month's meeting that caught my attention more than others was the Summit View Business Park and one of the final gradings, and there was discussion on the money that was being brought up and how we were going to finish it with taxpayer funded money. I've been through the park many times and talked to others. You know, I'm interested in it as a business owner. I think it's a neat idea. But it needs to be finished, of course. You know, a lot of larger companies, they're not going to build on something that's not fully functional and that they can just put a building on and earn money right off the bat. Of course, now that property has, you know, its final grade, its utilities and broadband, and it's right off a major intersection. And I mean, the idea is great. I think it's a great incentive. But I think if we look inward, you know, on Franklin County, what we could do for kind of smaller businesses. You know, larger businesses are great. They bring a lot of revenue and income. But if you look in the Carolinas, for instance, Raleigh, Charlotte, Winston-Salem, they have technology parks. And so they're not just larger buildings that have larger companies. They're larger warehouses that are subdivided into smaller 2,000-3,000 square foot buildings that smaller businesses could use. And so that's kind of where it struck me, because when I was looking to purchase a building of my own or rent, there was really nothing in Franklin County that suited my needs as such. I own a franchise, and so I have, colleagues that are across the country, and of course in Charlotte and Raleigh, they have their businesses in these type of facilities. And so that really struck me that if we could have something like that here, individuals that have small businesses that operate out of their home office, their basement, or even a storage warehouse, that this is the idea, to be able to expand and help your business. So that's really something that I find interesting, that if developers could come and make that happen, of course, it would be great for the small businesses in the county. And I guess in closing, that's just something that I've really brought in, and that, on the campaign that I want to start in 2023 that's really one of the main focuses, is getting the business park up to scale and running, and letting other people know that that's what we have here in Franklin County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom McDovido, can you please come to the podium?
Good evening. My name is Tom McDevitt, and I used to come and speak regularly on taxes. I'm back on taxes again, personal property taxes especially. I see you want to give personal property tax relief. When you say personal property, it sounds illegal from the beginning. I found out what the personal property taxes were set up for, and I would like to see them done away with completely and not slipped into something else. We're the ones that paid for the dam back starting in the 60s, and it's a tax that we don't need anymore. We need some relief. I'm retired. I live on a fixed income, and I'd sure like some tax relief. And but I figured I'd come in and harass you some more about the taxes. So anyhow, that's what I was coming to talk about, and I would like to see them done away with. Thank you.
Ms. Glenda Moore, can you please come to the podium?
Good evening. Before my 3 minutes, I'd like to express my family's condolences to the Leland Mitchell family and to you all. My grandparents, Sam and Dora Young, were neighbors to the Mitchells as well as patrons of their store. My uncles and aunts remember Leland when he was a young boy working behind the counter of the original Mitchell store on Sontag Road. My uncles describe a Southern-style friendship that my grandfather had with Leland's dad, Walker Mitchell, who would periodically drive down to my grandfather's on Sunday afternoons and talk shop, which would be farming. Board member Leland Mitchell was my district representative, and he will be missed.
Thank you.
Good evening, Glenna Hawkins Moore, Rocky Mount, Snow Creek District. In 1992 and 1993, 2 buildings on the Franklin County High School campus were named in honor of African American educators, Dorothy Phelps and Samuel Hawkins. Both were transplants to Franklin County in the 1940s, hired to teach at the all-black Franklin County Training School, later renamed Liam Wade. Both are highly respected by their beloved students. Mrs. Phelps was born in Bluefield, Virginia. Samuel Hawkins was born in Salisbury, North Carolina. Both received their bachelor's degree from historically black colleges, Bluefield State College and Livingstone College. Their graduate degrees were from Wayne State University and Radford University. Upon full school integration in 1971, both were assigned to the Franklin County Junior High School and high school campus. Dorothy Phelps was an art and math teacher. She and her husband Wade owned Midway Cleaners on Warren Street. Wade Phelps was the first African American on the Rocky Mount Town Council in 1970. With 15 years' service on the council, Wade died in 1985 before completing his term. Dorothy completed his term from 1985 to 1988, making her the first African American woman on the Rocky Mount Town Council. Samuel Hawkins retired as teacher, administrator, and coach. When the Central Gym was built, many in the community fondly described it as the house that Hawk built. Because of the talented Liam Wade basketball players he encouraged to transfer to Franklin County High School, the Ramsey Gym was suddenly too small to seat the scores of basketball fans that showed up for the games. How did it happen? It happened under the watch of Superintendent Leonard Giroux, who turned his vision into a mission to increase racial, ethnic, and gender diversity at all levels in Franklin County Public Schools. He initiated an 11-step pay scale for teachers, which made Franklin County Public Schools more competitive. He encouraged the naming of school buildings, partially to serve as historical markers and diversity. During those years, African Americans were visible in all sections of the school division, teaching, support staff, and administration, giving voice to the Black community. Additionally, Florella Johnson, Associate Superintendent, and William Helm, at-large school board member, gave proof that minorities have an adult-sized seat at the table. And here we are in 2022 with our county under the shadow of a Confederate statue and critical race theory paranoia. 80 new teachers were hired. None were African Americans. One more time. 80 new teachers were just hired, and none were African American. Thank you.
Stephen Kaplan, can you please come to the podium?
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name's Stephen Kaplan, 568 Ty Valley Lane in Glade Hill. I'm going to talk to you about some numbers. I know what's important in this room is what is our liability? What are the public health concerns? And how do our dreams of growth fit into our future? All right, folks, right now, 700 Franklin County residents are categorized as perpetual couch surfers. That's a HUD term for homeless, but like only a little homeless. 45% of our school-age children live in homes where they would receive free lunch, if not for the whole county getting free lunch because of those numbers. 12% of our students do not graduate. 65% of Franklin County residents receive some sort of government money. 200 people are living in tents, tobacco barns, deer blinds, tool sheds, RVs that won't go, and I get chills thinking of some of the other things that I've seen. Our average commute in this area, this is a census stat from the 2020s. Our average commute is 30 minutes to get to work. Our median gross rent here in Franklin County is $725. I teach people how to budget, all right? Effectively, you want your rent to be 20% of your income. If your median rent is $725, which I'd love to find, by the way, you need to make $36.25 a month after taxes. $44,000 a year after taxes. That's tough. Our lack of capacity to understand that these are our people is concerning. I know that many of you have been told that myself and others are importing people to make it look like there's a homeless problem. I'm looking every one of you in the eyes right now. All of the people that I serve, plus or minus 4%, went to Franklin County High School or at least been Franklin. Most of them have had drug problems. We know that. It was a running joke for a lot of us that didn't have drug problems. I don't find those jokes funny anymore. I'll be back. Thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more speakers.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to address the board on a matter of concern to you? All right, thank you. We will adjourn the public comment period. Thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. The board now has to go back into a closed session. Mr. Tatum, you've got something to read?
Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance to 2.23711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards and commissions, etc.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll go back into the little room there at Mr. Whitlow's office. Take a 5-minute break before we go back.